We're finally getting around to ground zero. Oh boy, I can't wait. Two things I want to quickly cover. Actually, it's technically three. Three corrections that I need to give, because I had to double check this after I finished the Peace Walker stream yesterday when we started talking about weapons and firearms and things. I erroneously said that the XM177 is functionally just a M4. That's a very broad stroke. Yes, it's actually a case of the XM177 eventually became the M4, but it's not the same weapon. Second, I said at one point the XM8 was used for another weapon that became the Spear. I'm right in that the Spear had two names for it, but it was XM5 and XM7, and then it's become the M7 Spear. The other thing I got wrong, and this is partly down to Armor 3, I said that the Spear first appeared in Armor 3 with a 6.5mm caliber. Apparently, the XM, or the MX rifle, or whatever it's called, in Armor 3 was designed for Armor 3. It is way too early to be for the Spear, and the Spear is chambered in 6.8. I say, for years, I've thought that the Spear was one of those, like, it's been around in the prototype stages for ages, and then eventually became a thing. And that's why there's the really weird caliber 6.5 in Armor 3, but that's besides the point. Nope, that's besides the point. Now we got that out of the way, before I forget to do that at any other point, and I'll probably say it again when we do the Peace Walker next week. I had to tab out to do this. You know what? I'm not going to tab out to do this. I'm going to use my phone. Cass is here early and says, what the fuck? Isn't it too early for me? No, because I went to sleep shortly after the Peace Walker stream. I made something to eat, did a few things, went to sleep, woke up, can't get back to sleep, so I've decided that we're going to do this ground zero. Also, congratulations on the 7-day streak. So, ground zero is my least favorite of the official packs, of which there's Quake 2, Reckoning, and then there's ground zero. Eventually, we'll do Quake 2, 64, and Call of the Machine. Call of the Machine, I have opinions with. I guess you could say it's much the same as Nightdive Port. There's good bits, there's bad bits, but on the whole, on the whole, there we go, it's good. Right, I'm going to mute myself before we start the Ground Zero cutscene. As a little bit of a word of warning, the audio balancing for the cutscene is completely wrecked, so we're leaving the subtitles on.
Affirmative, Demos. Zulu Section 5 is clear and away. Sergeant Haas out. All right, Marines, haul your sorry asses into formation. Corporals Swampy and Wooly will take point position. Let's do this by the numbers, folks. We don't want any fender benders out here.
Keep an eye on those inertial dampers, or you'll splash on impact.
Fifth section, start your status check. Short punch, check. Garfunkel, check. Thunder, check.
Animal, check.
Door, check. Rock, check.
Set check. Attention, all capital ships. Deployment phase completed. Fall back from orbit and wait for retrieval.
Outstanding. Good luck, Marines. See you on the ground.
Ron, get your ass back in line.
I gotta touch the ground. Drops always make me throw.
Shit, what the hell was that? Heads up, y'all. I'm breaking formation. Yee-haw!
Picking up a big-ass power surge.
Why aren't the capital ships bugging out?
Something's very wrong. Power generators increasing the planet's gravitation. Damn it, not free. Lock onto that power source and fire everything we have at it. Shut down this channel.
Your company, at least 13 Strogg fighters verified.
Just blow over it. We'll never make DLC. We're screwed. This dust up here.
Attention all crew. We are unable to break orbit. They've somehow increased the planet's gravitational pull. Locate and disable the generator at all costs. We'll provide cover fire to clear your LZ.
You heard the man. We'll have our chance once it touch down. Starts our final approach to the plane.
Going on your tail, sir. Following us in. Too late to bail. I'm going in.
So we are Stepchild. There's a recurring opinion I had during Reckoning that I think I lightly touched on it in Quake 2. Ground Zero actively hates the player, and I think that's best represented in the first secrets we have here. Now, I haven't learned all the secrets of Ground Zero off by heart. I know where a good chunk of them are, but I will be double checking every so often to see if there's any I care about in a level. But I do know how to get the first 5. But Ground Zero, and I'm going to reiterate this many times, hates the player. Cass is also laughing at the fact there's a Corporal Swampy. There's a few interesting corporal names on the way in there. I think they're all call-signed as opposed to real names. But, there goes that. So, welcome to the lower mines, where it's the first level of the game and there's 86 enemies. And the first enemy you fight to sort of set the tone is not just one, it is 2 of those. I might as well just die. Ground Zero hates the player. That's also my bad, because I thought I hit spacebar, but I didn't. Secret number 1. Almost didn't make it. Double damage right out the gate. The first thing you find outside of the shotgunning equipment by here isn't silencer, grenades. It's a double damage power-up, which is unique to Ground Zero. And before you ask, it does stack. If you have double damage and quad damage, I'm pretty sure they do stack anyway. So you can absolutely eviscerate certain enemies in the game. And if you hear that noise, you know there's a berserker nearby. Just die already. And straight into a super shotgun. Ground Zero, I'm pretty sure, was made by people who have played a lot of Quake 2, for people who have played a lot of Quake 2. So, get ready for a bunch of tricks and traps where you kind of have to be on the ball. And the fact I'm playing Nightmare is going to make it a little bit more interesting. I will probably actually die more often playing Ground Zero than I will in any of the other map packs, including Call of the Machine. The Tesla is a new weapon. I hate it. When we pick up the Flechette rifle, the ETF rifle, whatever it's called, I have opinions on Nightdive and their port that we'll get to there. First secret of the game that you can miss, and you'll never know you'll miss it. I'm gonna go grab these. We're gonna head up here. I'm gonna push this button, we're gonna wait. There are, I'm going to say, 2 secrets that if you don't do the right thing, or you jump the gun and do something you think you should do but you shouldn't, you lock yourself out of 2 secrets. One of them, if I remember right, is the only bandolier in the game. Which means, until you get the backpack near the end of this, you only have your starting ammo cap. You don't have the bonus ammo, the improved ammo cap for a bandolier. Ground Zero, say it with me, hates the player. I'm just gonna back out that a second. There's nothing to know. There's a guy to my right. Excuse me. This is the first time I've ever played this where you guys just weren't at the ledge. And then there's that one. So you killed roughly, what would we call that, about a third of the enemies? Just under. But the first few levels are going to be very tight, dense. They're going to be very dense. It's not going to be like, say, Reckoning, where we can take a few steps and then it's a large cluster of enemies. It's going to be constant engagement after constant engagement. And we're going to have to be very careful. Say hello to the Prox Launcher, which I think deals less damage than the Grenade Launcher. And I don't know if the Nightdive port changed it, but I think you can blow yourself up. They changed it. I think in the original Ground Zero, that would trigger if you went near it as well. Which is... oh, that's a fun thing to run into. Unfortunately, because the damage on it isn't fantastic, we're going to be ignoring it for the time being. That there is a secret. That is the last secret we'll be getting because of how I flow through the level. And we're still good. That's what I get for looking left to double check that, like, I'm definitely recording and everything else. The next secret we need is down there. It's technically easy to get to that if I don't do this, but if I do this now, it saves me time. Not that this is a speed run. Oh, speaking of speed runs, I still haven't submitted the Chorus of Carcosa speed run I did. But they recently announced that Chorus of Carcosa is now going to consoles. So if you want to play that game, you can. Well, I say that as if nobody could play it before, but if you wanted to play it on console, I don't know what consoles it's going to. I don't know if it's going to be on Switch or what. Might as well clear this out of it. I hate how you guys just appear. Berserker knocked him down. Right. Secret number 3? Yep. Secret number 3. We're going to need that adrenaline. Oh, we're gonna need that adrenaline. Just grab the rest of this. Why'd I do that? I have a super shotgun. Okay. Because of how I've moved through the level, I have not put myself at risk of not getting the bandolier. What you need to... we'll get a quick save here. If I had gone down an elevator... I'm sort of playing this a little bit backwards, bear with me. If we had gone down... is it button or is it... it's on. When we came over here and I hit this switch... I said that I don't need to hit that switch, we could just go somewhere else. And then we went down here. Excuse me, go down please. And then we went left. If we had not gone left... get out of my way. Sorry, I'm distracted now by the fact I'm not going through the level properly. Anyway, if we had gone right instead of left, we would have ended up in the area I've dropped down to here. Come this way, go in there. And then you would assume, you know, oh, I shoot the box, I get a prize. I shoot the box, I get a prize. I shot the box, I got no prize. Congratulations, by shooting this box, you now have locked yourself out of the bandolier. You wouldn't know that, because unless you hadn't gone to that room first and came here first instead, and then went, oh, I'm going to kill this man, I'm going to kill this man. What does this button do? The crane has been activated. Oh, look, it's the box I shot. And now we're going to wait for it to go all the way over. I tried to stop the grenade through, but it didn't quite work. So now we have the bandolier. And now I'll have more ammo during this playthrough. Isn't that great? As for the secret, the last one we're going to get, I'm just going to write this minecart. So simple. So effective. Which brings me to this room that we sort of ripped through very quickly by accident. Wait, did you just blow yourself up? Activate that lift. Not that I necessarily need to, but we also killed most of the targets on this level. I'm not going for 100% of everything. I'm just going to hit what I know and then double check the secrets to see which ones I would need. Because there is one boss fight in this whole thing that is absolutely rough to do on Nightmare. I want to go this way. Welcome to Thaelite Mining. There's 4 secrets here and I don't think I care about any of them. Actually, I think I know where they are, so I'm not going to double check. I also keep forgetting I need to do this every time I transition to a new level. One thing I will praise Ground Zero for is it does the interconnected levels very well. And by that I mean we're going to be swapping between levels quite a bit. A quite decent amount. I think in all the units you sort of weave in between different levels. Reckoning kind of did that as well. But it was mainly in the section where you chase down the Gek. Oh. I know there's another one above me. Or near me. If you're really good at grenade jumping, I'm pretty sure you can hop through that window there and skip like half the level, but we're not going to do it. But where are you, you scumbag? That was well timed. Okay. If I remember right, there's a secret down here we have to just step off the elevator at the right time. Except Nightdive, in their infinite knowledge of how to do things, we'll take the death. That, I think, is the only place where the changed AI for the flyer is actually a problem. And I mistakenly thought they only appear on one side, not two. But that sort of trap is the sort of thing you can expect with Ground Zero. Wow, I just can't jump today. Let's clear this out again. What? They've gone up? Why? Why waste my bullets when I have a perfectly accurate weapon by here? Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, you have to be on the elevator. Okay. Come on. Up you go. There it is. Hey Icarus, nice to see you so early. Do you have a relative in this map pack that I'm gonna hate by the name of Daedalus? Probably do. I'd smile at the camera knowingly, but I don't have a webcam. Which is going to be very funny when Twitch goes, can you verify your age? And I go, you have my tax information. Use that. If I remember right, there's not a secret here. There is one at a dead end with a dead body, though. Hi. We're not quite done yet. My mind hates and cannot... Oh, I don't have the security pass. I've done this a different way than I normally do. Door won't open, we need security pass, we get the security pass by doing this, the other part of the level, because we have to fight a tank. Spoilers, we fight a tank in Unit 1. Alright, let's go this way. Now, I don't need to get up there necessarily for what one of the secrets is, but it's going to help. We do need to go that way. We shouldn't have done that. A quick save there. I'd say that was well-planned skill on my part, but it's not. Okay. Welcome to one of the more annoying secrets in this level. We have to wait for what would you call that, a minecart? To sort of get out of the way. Nope, still not ready. Is it 5? I think it's 5 of these I have to go past. Then we have an opening, then we have to fall down there. But it also... We found a secret and an exit. And a quad damage. And if I remember right, that's a secret exit from a secret level. I.e., we go to a level, we do the... It's like a time thing. I think it is actually straight up timed because of rising lava. You exit, you appear there, which is the other way you get to the secret, or you can just get to it early and fall like I did. We got shot by another Icarus, which is not the highlight of my day-to-day. And I don't think we want to go... We don't want to go this way yet. Let's go through here. How am I playing this completely backwards? Oh well. We've killed 45 of 76 enemies. Yeah. And once again, a whole bunch of flyers and Icari appear out of thin air somewhere. Gonna be a recurring theme while we play Ground Zero, I promise. God, I hate flyers. I wish they would just do the shooting attack, it's more dangerous. The mainly thing that just makes them obnoxious, it doesn't necessarily make them threatening. They're very good at getting in the way of my bigger problems. Let's see, that opens this up. Now, if I remember right, I'm going to move through this room, and there's even more flyers that are going to start appearing. I think the last secret is in the room with the tank, which is right here. Oh, it's a tank commander. Because of course it is. You know what? I have a full chain gun. Right, I seem to remember it's something to do with a pillar. We'll worry about that in a second. There's my security pass. I swear it's in this room. I'm gonna double check. Thaelite Mines. Yeah, there's a switch. For a suppressor of all things. Why? The most useless power-up you could have. Especially in Ground Zero, where every enemy is deciding to hop out of a wall that you walked past 2 seconds ago. All that energy that I have towards disliking is strong. Like, I appreciate the effort that went into the Nightdive port. It's just, Ground Zero itself is already a problem. Some of the changes make it worse, not better. We haven't hit the weapon that really, really got hit with a baseball bat around the back of a dark alley. And it really sucks because a lot of the balance for Ground Zero is based around the idea of the ETF rifle working the way it should. And it doesn't. Because Nightdive decided it shouldn't. When they could have just left it as it is, and it wouldn't have broken the balance. Really? Instead they went, Blaster and Hyper Blaster, you have that from the start of the game. Yes. And you go, I do, but I don't really have it as often. And it uses the same ammo pool as the energy shield, which is already getting drained because you'll see how many enemies in this game have an energy weapon. And then they butchered the ETF rifle for functionally no reason. I don't get why. Computer update. I forget what the door is, honestly. It's over here. It's not over here. I could do with that combat armor, though. See if I remember this right. This door, it leads to the tank commander, which we've dealt with. That button... Oh, right, the exit's right there. So, normally how I flow through the level, or at least how I used to flow through it in the past, is I'd hit the tank commander first, then come up over here and do this. I'm pretty sure I'm right in remembering that the secret level is in the level we're about to go to. So I'll have to double check that one to make sure. Because I think there's a bit of a weird way you get to it. And I think this is also where we get the ETF rifle. Hello, parasite. That's not a parasite, that's a stalker. Stalkers are a really annoying enemy for many, many, many reasons. Reason number one, they can hop onto the ceiling and drop down on you. Reason number two, they have an energy weapon, which means they rip through the energy shield, because that's great. Reason number three, they're a little bit more durable than they should be. And reason number four, I might be misremembering this. I swear they can leap at you. But there will be encounters where we run into them and we can't really do anything about them because we won't know they're there. They're in the top of the ceiling and then suddenly, surprise! But again, I'm only really going to have any problems with the enemies because we're on Nightmare and we can't enter a hit stun. I need to double check the secret level. I remember Coolant 1, I remember 16 nodes. I remember that. Right, it's in the pipe. So there's going to be a section where we have to try to... Oh, I'll explain when we get to the room. But the thing I shot at the start, we can't shoot just yet. There's my ETF rifle. That's okay. We'll restart the pit. Okay. Once more, with feeling. I'll talk about the ETF rifle when we get it again, but it's such a shame. It's such a shame. Look how they massacred my boy. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It does leap, but it also tries to, like, evade, and it ugh. Ground Zero is going to be such a slog. But we'll finish it. We'll finish it. I've done it before on Nightmare, I can do it again. But we should use the rocket launcher for the Gladiator rather than the ETF rifle. Oh, I need to also not assume that people will know why I'm jumping the way I'm jumping. We'll explain that in a second once I kill this Icarus. Okay. So, sometimes you'll see me doing this, and that's because I'm pretty sure this is called strafe jumping, I could be wrong. But basically, if you jump forwards, you accelerate a little bit. If you jump forwards and look to the side and push the... I might be getting this wrong, there might be a better way to do this, but if I look to the right and I push D as I jump while holding W, and then swap, and then like this, and weave it, I will accelerate as I go, because my jump will pick up the speed of hitting 2 buttons at once, which has more acceleration than just 1 button. And then I believe turning also factors into it as well, but basically the gist of it is I move faster if I do this. I have never been good at turning while I do this though, so you're gonna see me like bounce into walls. There isn't, as far as I know, a secret that requires being able to do this, but there is a secret that requires you to know how to box jump, and box jumping I'll show at some point. I think I've shown it so far in every single Quake 2 game we've played. Right, let's switch to the rocket launcher. So the ETF rifle. Take out the Daedalus a second. And then, this is what I mean, right? Ground Zero isn't just... It isn't the same as Quake 2 where it's some enemies sometimes, or Reckoning where it's... You run into a room and it's the local Strogg welcoming committee has decided to throw a jamboree just for you, because you're named Joker, of all things. It's gonna be near constant fighting the whole way through, apart from where we've already cleared areas out. ETF rifle. In base Ground Zero, the ETF rifle definitely pierces armor, but I don't remember which enemies count as having armor. And it also... Man, I'm not wasting... I guess I am wasting... Wait, I got, like, so many grenades. I hate the constant dodging. Anyway, I mentioned energy shield and energy weapons, and that it's going to be a problem because of things that Nightdive have done. Have I hit this already? I think I hit that, maybe. Just gonna walk this way. There is an item that we will have and some enemies in this expansion will have known as the energy shield. The energy shield reduces the damage we take and takes it from our cell ammunition instead, which is fine. It's what leads to a lot of survivability in, well, Quake 2 and Reckoning, and also here, but not really as much here. Because... Yeah, we'll take a Defender Sphere, even though it's functionally useless. Because... You know, you take less damage, it's great. Ground Zero introduced, as I say, armor-piercing flechette rounds, which is the ETF, that also dealt bonus damage to... I see you. That also deal bonus damage to... Don't play dead. Finish the thought. That also deal bonus damage to energy shields. Now, Nightdive, for some reason that I will never understand, never fathom, and I don't get why they won't let anyone turn this back to the way it was, or enable both their change and the base change. They have removed that functionality of the energy shield bonus damage from the ETF rifle and given it to all energy weapons. So, the blaster, the hyper blaster, and then enemy blaster attacks. So Icarus, flyers, anyone else that... Pump controls are inactive. Anyway, so because of that, we're going to rip through our... I need to remember this, gladiators. The ETF was put here, and then there are going to be enemies in this game based on the idea of, oh, the ETF has its own ammo pool. They can use the ETF to fight the Daedalus. They can use it to fight different enemies. Get off the ceiling. Unfortunately, and this is why I'm so annoyed by it, because of the aforementioned change where they've, you know, taken it from the ETF, it now means an ETF rifle doesn't really have any upsides. I can't remember who actually counts as having armor. Have I not seen the pump controls on? I pushed that one. There's nothing to push over there. But yeah, to summarize it, the ETF change sort of ruins the whole point of the ETF rifle, so why have it, really, apart from it's another weapon with more ammo. But again, this game is balanced around it having the properties it now no longer has, which means that there are going to be enemies in this game that are more of a nuisance to deal with, because I don't know who didn't check the balance for this, but they didn't. And we can now just destroy these. I knew you were active, I just didn't know where you'd gone. I thought you disappeared completely into the other area. Take that one as well. Brings me back here. We could go up there, but I don't want to. Look at me doing my flips. I feel so cool. I'm not, though. I'm not cool. I think the one thing I would want more than anything else is just let the ETF be the ETF. I have a funny feeling I don't want to destroy all of these. Quick save by here a second. But yeah, okay. Scale all this out from the rants about the ETF and the Nightdive port. When we destroy, I'm pretty sure it's when we destroy all of the stabilizers, the things in the wall I've been shooting, we need to get here as fast as we can to shoot that, to then jump in the pipe. That will take us to the secret level. I think I hear a stalker. There was.
All squad leaders coordinate with sister
I don't remember how many of these are destroyed so far. 2 more. Man, I swear you're supposed to be able to get into the pipe. Oh, right, it's after the wall nodes. I thought for some reason you access the pipe first to get to the last nodes, but you don't. Huh. Huh. Right. Turn off all the 3 pumps. Yeah. This is the fun bit. Now we can touch this. And then we go touch I don't think it's this. It is. And then we ride the coolant tank through to pump 3. And then once we hit that third coolant, we are about to have the time of our life. Open this. Pull the bullets, thank you. Let's surface one last time. Go. I'll admit, that's a little bit of a waste of shotgun shells. Do I care about any of the secrets in this level? Not really. Because this just gets me to a double damage, but we can only have one. I forget how you're supposed to get here normally. Is it through here? No. This is if you go fishing for goodies, but you just jump out. Oh, but you can't jump up there. That's fine. Alright, we gotta go. It is kind of timed. We do kind of have to... We got 45 seconds to collapse. We gotta book it. We've really gotta book it. That should collapse down. Right, I'm gonna save here because this next section is definitely timed. Welcome to Mine Engineering. Fun little quick sprint of a level. I don't need the adrenaline. I'm not gonna sit there and waste my time with them. Get out of my way! I was going to keep the chain gun to hand. By the way, Adrenaline Junkie's cut out because the whole point of this is just get the chain fist. And then, as I say, we get put out here, the secret from earlier. Anyway, the whole point of that area is chain fist. That's it. It's a helpful weapon, I guess. But now we can leave completely. Let's try saying that again without being muted. Thankfully, there's the only thing I did say when I was muted. The Chain Fist is pretty obviously a really good weapon if you're not on Nightmare, because then you can knock enemies into pain states. But as you can also see, I'm pretty good at dancing with enemies anyway. And we just need to get to the warehouse, which means I need to go not this way, but we'll go this way anyway. The warehouse is all the way at the start of the level. You're gonna regret that. Just carve them up. Alright, I think that's enough messing around with a Chain Fist. If I'm desperate, we'll use it again, but I'm not desperate, so we probably won't be using it anytime soon. I think I left some health. I know I left some armor there. Did I lose some health in this room? No. Because forward planning is not my forte in Ground Zero. I also wouldn't need the health if I didn't try to Chain Fist a gunner, so that one's on me. Oh, this brings me to where I need to be. Except I don't trust that fall. But that's Unit 1 finished. I think that's the first time where I've got all secrets in Unit 1. We also... You can't not get all kills in mine engineering because of how the level flows, but no pun intended.
Initiating scan. Warning. Personnel located. Tectonic Stabilizer destroyed. Now exiting. Overmine. Locate base area. Infiltrate main Strogg communication facility. Disrupt Strogg ground to air transmission. End transmission.
Welcome to the Eastern Warehouse. 4 secrets here. Let me just quickly double check to see if I care about them. The first one I do. Is this the one we have to... That's not the box jump one. That's the second secret. Okay. Ads arriving in 50 seconds. I haven't really got anything to ramble about during the ad break, so I think for the archive I'll pause the recording. I'm full of flechettes. I know what we can do. I'll pause the recording, as I say. I'm then going to look up which enemies actually have armor, so they get affected by the ETF. I won't be surprised if it's the tank. Because it's, you know, a tank. Do I really care about armor shots? I guess I do. This weird jump, by the way, that I don't really need to do because the gap actually is short enough. I think that's a circle strafe. Obviously, my terminology is never going to be completely accurate with this because I just do things and that's it. Circle strafe, if I remember right, definitely at least Quake 3. I don't know about Quake 2, which is why I'm not too sure it actually works here. This sort of a thing, if you sort of do like a semicircle and then jump, you jump further. But I think you can also just sort of like cheat it a bit just by doing what I'm doing, which is you just turn into it. Now suddenly I can't do it, and then that's just bad. Okay, ads are arrived. Let's finish messing around with jarring for the people on YouTube, although my we paused as I was saying one thing, we're now going to start running again to go to the other one. For the people on YouTube, congratulations, you missed me look up the fact that this weapon is functionally useless in single player because it only affects the turrets. It's better in multiplayer because it goes with body armor. At least it has its own ammo pool. There's a turret. So I guess we can kill those easier. Probably shouldn't be blowing these things up. They might be used for a secret. I am not going up that elevator. Now I will. Just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. I'm not gonna rush it. That berserker wants me. Him and the gunner can come down for me. Pretty sure I heard a gunner over there. Oh, there's another stalker. Also, I said earlier that they can play dead. I'm pretty sure they don't play dead, but I might be remembering that wrong. Maybe they can? Is this a secret? Who knows? Clearly I don't. Oh! Give me my flechette. I don't need my Teslas because defensive weaponry in Quake 2 is a little bit of a meme. Why would you ever need to be defensive with it? Sure, you can use the prox launcher as an offensive weapon like the grenade launcher, but you also get the grenade launcher pretty quick, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Hello. I was hoping you'd get crushed underneath it to, you know, get killed, but I can handle that myself as well. That's a Daedalus. Icarus with a power shield and a more dangerous shot. Hate them. Universally hate them. Great one. Do you want to do that again? I'm never going to use prox mines any other way. Might as well use them now. Watch that blow me up somehow, like I'm backpedaling and... Like I'm backpedaling and I forget that I put that there and it blows me up. So the secondary objective is to shut the laser down to get to that, but I'm pretty sure once we do that we can get a secret down there. Which is the one I care about. Well, I care about the mega health as well, but that one's a bit more obvious as to how to get to it. Could have chain-fisted that guy, but I didn't trust the room not to try to jump me. So, good thing we didn't. Why am I... There's another Daedalus. At least I can burn a Daedalus down pretty quick. Yeah, I need the power cube, I know. The crane's not going to work until I get the power cube. Turn the laser grid off, get the cube. Come back, ride the crane, and put myself in the crates. Security laser's now disabled. Let's go get the cube. Sorry, where are you? Do you want to come out and say hi? Again, it's a weapon that's cool in concept, probably way better in multiplayer where you could like lock down areas and not have to worry too much about, you know, NPCs. Bait a player into a trap, they think, oh, health kit, oh, trap. This is mine. Pretty sure I just shortcut something, but I don't know for certain. No, this is back to the start of the level. We're okay. Alright, let's go put the power cube in. And then we can make a little bit of progress. Right, crane. I don't remember if I ride in it or on it. A quick save. There's the Hyper Blaster for dealing with the Daedalus. Speaking of which... double damage by there, which is... box jump time! Let me just clear the room first, before we start box jumping. Not that I'm, you know, at risk of anything going wrong because there's enemies in the room, but because it means I don't have to worry too much about, like, you know, a Daedalus appearing while I do this, or... anything else that could be frustrating. I'm just gonna use a rocket launcher. Okay, I can hear a gun, but I don't care about it. Box jumping. What is it? If I jump up this normally, I don't have the height I need to get to that double. Box jumping works on the same premise as what I said earlier about strafe jumping, which is, as we do this, we build up speed and we go faster than we should. Box jumping is very similar. The difference is it's vertical as opposed to horizontal. So if I jump off of this box on the very edge of it, I will have minimal contact with the ground, so I'll slow down in a minimal way. We can then jump off the next box on the edge, and gain the acceleration from jumping from there, and it gets added to the first jump, and then we propel ourselves higher. So the end result is, if I get the angle on this right, that. So do that again. No, we won't. No, we won't, because that was too early. I'm trying to take this at a bit of a weird angle. There we go. So we jump just in time to sort of catch the first box, which is why timing on this is a bit weird. I'm better at doing this with not small boxes like that, but semi-consistently enough that I can get that if I wanted to. But unfortunately, Nightmare mode, we can only carry the one. God, I hate you. Okay. What do I need to do now? I need to apparently lose my health. Door is opened elsewhere. Sure. Okay. Then I guess we are going to control. Okay, they're in fighting for probably the equivalent of 7 seconds. What I see? Gunner. You come to me. Yeah, that worked out for you, didn't it? Oh. As far as you didn't activate sooner, I see that Daedalus. At least you're gonna vomit cells at me. I guess you could be rude and not. Don't I get ambushed by a turret here? I know there's like one of these where you run up and as you get to like here, a turret appears behind you because everything in Ground Zero appears behind you because Ground Zero hates the player, I think is the tagline that they sold this game with. You're sort of really proving the point again there, aren't you, game? Oh! I don't know why I decided to go with that, not a chain gun, but it will do. I forget what I need the security pass for. Up. Got a berserker trying to get to me. Is that a second Daedalus? Mr. President, a second Daedalus has hit the player. I mean, the Daedalus is currently the target of the berserker, but not anymore. I hear that there's a stalker that is just dropped down. There it was. Get out of here, stalker. I'll go get the mega health in a second. I want to make a little bit more progress before we get it, because I'm going to get jumped by everything and anything hiding in a wall. Where were you? You were there. A little more grenades. That's just the room we were at before. Where did you come from? I got a funny feeling there's a secret near here. Let me just check. I know about the jump. Oh, it's outside. Adrenaline and body armor. I don't care about either. Cass says that gunner, Strogg was called Cotton Eye Joe. Oh, I definitely do want to know where it came from. Where, well, we know where it went. We put it in the ground. So that's not a box jump. I always assumed this was. Because you'd sit here and you'd go... Hold on. No, you can't. I hear a horrific noise I don't want to ever hear again. I swear that the way I used to get to that was I thought, oh, you have to go here and then, like, box jump off of this, but I don't think you actually can. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I did do that. No. Oh, no. Yeah, there we go. We launched ourselves and then... Yeah. The music's cut out, which means we've done the objectives for this level, which is a little bit concerning. Get down here. I don't think Cotton Eye Joe would be so rude as to keep appearing out of walls for areas I've already been to, though. God, here we go. Let them fight. Secret out there. Turret by there. Pretty. There, this is a secret. This is the adrenaline. Oh, good. Let's wait for it to float a bit more. What's the secret here? Is it to get in here before the water level rises? No. It's, yeah, hold up. The adrenaline is we cut the power and we swim. But again, I don't need an adrenaline. I hear you. Can I get in the box, please? Thank you. Again, not that I need it. Okay, but that kills the power. And then you just swim through... What is it, here? There's something you swim through, but I don't... Again, I don't care because it's an adrenaline. I can only carry one. I don't really need the max HP. Where is it? Oh. It's there. That opens this. Back up, back through. Man, don't you just love the silence? Oh! Simon and Garfunkel probably broke their ankles on that fall too. Right, with a medkit. Do I need to go this way? Yes. I forget why you have to go to... Oh, right, to get this... No, this door was open before. I have the shells for this. I hate it when you finish a mission and you get dead silence for the last half of it. I never liked it in Quake 2 or Reckoning. I don't like it here. Either way. Main warehouse. Let me get comfortable 1 second. Alright, let's rock. So I thought there was a dateless, right? Yeah, there is a... I did remember it right. I'll take that rebreather. What am I doing? I have a perfectly accurate rifle. Well, it's not perfectly accurate, but it's way more accurate than the regular rifle. Which is... no pun intended, hit or miss. I think we do have to swing through there at some point. Is there any secrets here I care about? That one I care about, and I forgot it was here. I thought that was a much later level. Pathetic. You can't just stand there and try to aura farm when I'm already shooting you. That doesn't work. I'm also pretty sure I woke up an Icarus or a Lair. We're getting ambushed all along all sides. They're infighting. Ah! Medic! I need to start destroying corpses. Yeah, the medic burst out of there. I thought I heard you. Is the secret here? No, it's the crate maze. That's where we're going to see it. And I think it's a missable secret. Is that a box jump or is that just jump? That's just jump. I feel like that butterfly meme with the guy where you see boxes and you go, is this a box jump? No. No, it's not. I would like these supplies, please. Do you make it a box sport? Is that what you're doing with your spare time during an invasion? Oh, doors are sealed. Well, I guess we went the wrong way. Come on. Why did you jump to the side, you freak? Once again, I am running low on munitions. Slugs in this case. I'm definitely not leaving that corpse intact. So I mentioned that Nightdive made the turret a lot less obnoxious to deal with. One of the ways they did that... Sorry, the music cut out this time. I went into the water, I got really concerned. One of the ways they managed to do that is... they reduced its health by half. It used to be 2 rockets to kill one of those things. Now, thankfully, it's just 1. But I've also mentioned that there's a lot of AI improvements that get attributed to Nightdive that really came from Ground Zero. The whole enemy dodging thing, that came from Ground Zero. So, the weird, like, shuffle you see gunners and berserkers do, Ground Zero. The jump down, I think, was also Ground Zero. I'm going to put giant parentheses on this. Predicting when the player would step out of cover, that's also Ground Zero. Because that's actually the turret AI. So what the AI does is it kind of cheats. It always knows when you're going to step out, when you're not going to step out. And it would preempt where you would be. I'm just gonna rip you out. I don't even care. Them also aiming in where I'm going is, I think, used by the tank in the Nightdive port. Yeah, that's how we leave this place. Doors still sealed. You're about to blow yourself up. Oh, you're alive again? Pretty sure that medic's supposed to be up there. There is a medic up there. Thankfully, I know there's some good health in here. There's the what? The 2 stim packs? Sorry, the 2 first aid kits. I should swim through to there, but I'm not going to. I'm apparently going to drown myself. This is where there's a secret I could miss. I saw them in the distance. I was really confused by that guy jumping and sliding. But hey, I've got a railgun of my own now, and this is... Let's say I could have swam here from the start, but I don't like coming into this arena from there, because Gladiator, Daedalus, Icarus, it's a mess. It's much easier to survive that from here. Okay. The missable secret is... Oh, that's a commander. No, that's a regular medic. Now that we're here, I think I would have remembered this. Can you stop? I just can't aim. Okay. Dead. Yeah, dodge a hit scam. You can't. You're a fool. Yeah, I would have remembered this one when I got here. And then I think there might be a second way to get to that one, but I might be wrong. But this is the place that has the The missable secret, it does. Okay. So the missable secret is there's going to be a section where we ride, or can ride, on top of a box. You cannot reset the box's position. If you don't do it right, you miss out on a mega health. Why did that have reverb like I'm underwater? This box, right here. So what we're going to do is try to stay on it as much as I can. Should use the goggles here. Don't remember if there's a second. No, you can't. I don't think you can make that jump. I think it is completely missable. Oh well. We got it anyway, we don't have to worry. The Strogg, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest threat mankind has ever faced. It blows itself up on a whim, just like I will. I know you're in there. Okay. Admittedly, I thought you were a medic. But clearly you're not. Thank you for jibbing those corpses for me. I might need to use an adrenaline. Because as I stepped out, I stepped onto those grenades, and that really hurt. I don't appreciate eating grenades. I don't think that's good for me. Call me old-fashioned, but I'd rather have something edible like toast, hash browns, bacon, sausage, egg, steak, cereal, pancakes. I'm basically listing breakfast at this point. Can you tell I'm a little bit hungry? Oh, this is I'm gonna get murdered here. Oh. If I get through here without even taking a single hit, I will be amazed. There's health there. There's a box here. Okay, I might not get murdered. I might actually not get murdered. What a great thing. I knew you were there and I was... Yeah. You were more of a concern. I can hear that one. Leave that by there a second. I'm not rushing another one of you again. I say that and what happens? I rush one of you and I immediately eat a grenade. You would have thought I'd learned my lesson the first time, but no. You do play dead! I was wondering if that was the case. Beld, hello, thank you for the raid. Give you a shout out in a second. We're just clearing out some warehouses of gunners who decide to stand still. Are we... Am I safe? Can I Can you do the shout? I know we can hear another berserker, but there it is. There it goes. Excuse me. I want some flechette that I can't carry. Where? I probably should stop holding W and actually do the shout out. Hold on. I'm gonna stand here, probably against all better judgment. How are you doing? I assume you were still playing Tormented Souls 2. I know you've been playing that a lot recently. I don't know how far into it you are. I don't really know too much about how long it is. Or the judge by who says retro. Maybe you finished. Maybe you finished Tormented Souls 2. But I have no idea what you were playing. In which case, I guess the question now becomes, did you enjoy it? You probably enjoyed it more than I'm enjoying Ground Zero. Probably a lot more than I enjoy Ground Zero. But here we are. Ah, yes. The infamous blue cargo doors. I've got a funny feeling there's something over here, but I can't remember if I should care about it, or if I even remember how to push a spacebar. That also... Hi. Oh right, I could also just have gone around. That would have been much easier. That's fine, that's fine. There's an adrenaline by there that I don't actually need anymore, thankfully. Belt says they finished Tormented Souls 2, then moved on to the second Castlevania Game Boy. That would be Harmony of Dissonance, I think. Circle of the Moon is the first one, I think Harmony second. Aria, I think, is third? Again, I don't really need a adrenaline, but that's okay. We know it's there just in case. I probably would have popped an adrenaline if we didn't get all the health we did here. Belt says it's a natural progression. They also don't recall Ground Zero being bad. Ground Zero has many things why it hates the player. Many things that make you that just... Hi. Oh, I don't have shotgun. Hold on. There we go. I'm just gonna have to wait for these grenades. Oh good, he came down to fight me. That's dealt with. You're dealt with. There's still like 50 enemies at this level, which is the surprising thing. But yeah, Ground Zero... I've said it a few times. Unlike Reckoning or Quake 2, it seems to have the vibe that it hates the player. It'll do things that are just designed to go, aha, isn't this difficult? Aha, isn't this hard? And it's like, well, no, it's just you being a dick about the whole way that this level runs, so... Why am I not surprised I've lost half my health because I've rode an elevator and got ambushed by 4 flyers at point-blank range? Or, hi, welcome to Unit 1, where you have to fight a tank commander on a raised surface, and there's also going to be 2 berserkers that appear from behind that are going to run at you. Have fun dealing with that, but also you can ignore the tank commander, kind of, sort of. There's... The only bandolier in the game is an amissable secret that if you run into the wrong room at the wrong time and you go, oh, if I destroy the boxes here I get supplies, you lock yourself out of getting the bandolier. The mega health in the level we've just done is completely missable if you ever set foot off of the box that travels you around on it. There's a double damage you can't get unless you know how to box jump. There's a lot of things where it's like, the level pack itself is fine, it's just, it hates you if you try and do anything else. I'm gonna deal with you. I guess I'm gonna deal with the Icarus, then I'll deal with the Daedalus. Because you're hit scan, the Daedalus isn't. One more. And then it sort of exacerbated by the fact that Nightdive decided that the ETF rifle should not be allowed to do the thing that it was balanced to do in Ground Zero, which is deal bonus damage to enemies with... Hi, I forgot this is where we introduce you! That dies right here, right now. That one also dies right here, right now. I'll get into the medic commander in a second, because that is the biggest threat. But Nightdive decided that the ETF should not deal bonus damage to enemy shields, energy shields. Which means that this fun weapon, which is supposed to be picked up early on and deals with the Daedalus, does not actually deal with the Daedalus. It just deals the same damage as a blaster, but with a higher fire rate. But now the blaster and the hyper blaster deal bonus damage to shields like the Daedalus, so womp womp. The ETF doesn't really have much going for it. As for the commander that I've blown up, the medic will revive enemies, the commander makes enemies. I believe it can make any enemy in the game, but it's weighted towards grunts, gunners, and maybe berserkers. Hi, I just want to step out so I can deal with one of you. Just stand there, that also works. But this is another reason as to why Ground Zero actively hates the player is, again, Nightdive made it so the turrets have less health, but there are situations later on, actually I think it's in this map specifically, is like the first time they start doing it, where we're going to walk forwards in an area, a turret is going to appear behind us, and it's going to be... That's not how that works. And the turret is going to start shooting us in the back, because we couldn't deal with it before, because the turret just wasn't there. Which is, again, is reminiscent of how Ground Zero, near continually every engagement you get into, will suddenly go, this wall back here is open now, have fun dealing with this. Which... Quake 2 and Reckoning, they do that as well, but they don't do it to the same extent. Again, I think it's... You wanna run that one by me again? I walk up the stairs and a rocket turret appears and starts shooting at me. Okay. I'm just gonna eat that, damn. I probably should pop an adrenaline. But I'm overconfident when it comes to gladiators. What can I heard that. There's a commander right there. We'll take the death. Restart the level. Wait, didn't I... I did quick save before we went down. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait, and we're good. Security measures are offline. Kill that guy. Again, wait on the... I'm gonna take a little bit of damage. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Yeah, here's an example. The turret's here. You wouldn't necessarily know it's there. You run up here. And oh look. Rocket. Right, we need to deal with the gladiator first. Let's wake it up. Scuffed my shot because I didn't want to risk it taking one in return. I kind of already knew you were there. Right, now I need to go deal with you. And an Icarus, of course. Gas says Ground Zero is not bad, it's only bad in this port due to the ETF nerf. I don't like Ground Zero in regular play, let alone Nightdive. I know I need to go that way, but I'm going to go this way first. I know there's multiple sentry guns this way. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for that. Good. Bill says Lictor of Valhazak. Yeah. That's the name I go by on some things. And also ETF. Yeah, the ETF rifle. The only good weapon that was added in Ground Zero, and then Nightdive killed it. I mean, it's still got its uses. I mean, it's 10 damage is 10 damage, right? It's just... I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't know why they removed the shield damage. I don't get it. You know what, actually? Probably should have used the chain gun. I would have been a little bit quicker. There we go. If I remember right, I don't think I can fall through that hole. Right, we have to extend the bridge. Bell says ETF. Oh, that thing. Yeah, this thing. It's like... I would say it's like... Reckoning actually had more useful weapons. Ground Zero has the Prox Launcher, which deals not as much damage as a grenade, and then has other problems like you don't usually have a reason to use a weapon that's only going to go off if an enemy goes near it, because you've probably killed it before it's a problem. And then Tesla is not fantastic as either. The Chain Fist works well, it's just we're a nightmare where there's no pain state. This is what I mean by enemies will just appear from behind. And this is a medic, which is even worse. Drop dead. Yeah, it's bulletproof, buddy. You're not gonna get through. Well, it's destruction proof, I guess it should say. See? Should have stood in the room, my guy. We just need to remember to disable that, which is just as simple as going this way. And now I'm not going to laser myself. Yeah, we could... Oh, right, I gotta time this. I probably could have gone. Didn't have a safety save here anyway. Is this the right way? Yes. But yeah, there's... It really is a map pack that was made for people who are used to Quake 2. And I say this as someone who's endured things like the PlayStation port of... Yeah. The PlayStation port of Quake 2 was how I got introduced to Quake 2. And that is... certainly a port. I'm pretty sure you're a turret. Pretty sure you're a turret. Yep, there it is. Ah, I heard the wind-up too. You fired as you died? Okay, we can go that way, which I believe takes us back into main elevator, or main warehouse. Do I care about the one secret? What is the one secret for this? A double damage? I can't carry anymore. Wait, no it's not. This is the logistics complex, isn't it? No? I don't know where I am. We are the logistics complex. Who cares? Belt says, okay, well, it's 5:30 AM. They're gonna come out. Cheers, sir. Don't get ganked from behind. Oh, I'll get ganked. It's whether I survive is the question. We'll probably survive. Hopefully we'll survive. Unless I get... I'm trying to think what the nastiest ambush is going to be, and it's... You scumbag! The medic commander is going to drop a medic on me and then drop a grunt in the next wave while there's a berserk. That's... If I don't get ganked from behind, it's going to be ganked like that, isn't it? Now you know why they're high priority. Because if I don't kill them, we get shit like that. Oh. I might actually use the adrenaline. In fact, I will use the adrenaline because we're going to clear this area out, and then I want to make sure I'm at full health. Wrong weapon. Wait a few seconds. I don't need to use the adrenaline. I'm back at full health. Took that shot to the face like it's part of an all-you-can-eat breakfast. Ride the rail, my guy. I'm sure it's going to be fun for all involved. Nope, that's... Oh, I made the jump and then I second-guessed myself. That's okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. You know what? We might as well, since it's right there. I now have 101 max health. Okay. Let's make our way this way. I can see an Icarus leg. A Daedalus leg. A little bit overkill to be using just the railgun, but when have I ever done anything normally? Ammo pack! Hooray! I need the commander's head. Do I not have a commander's head? Do I really not have a commander's head? Hold on. Did I really run around that room without picking... I did. I ran through the room without picking up his head. Well. I might have done those objectives out of order, game. Because I rushed a little bit. Go to the right, go to the left. Pretty sure we're gonna get data list. Does that gunner want to come up to say hello? No, but it wants to reveal a quad damage for me. Ads arriving in about 45 seconds. I think we're near the end of the unit. Took me a second there to dial that shot in. Please, sir, I like my insides where they are. Inside. Great, there's another gladiator. Actually, no, I am glad there's another gladiator. Because now I have more slugs. Oh right, don't I push this button and then I access that conduit down there? Not this way, but we're gonna go this way anyway just to kill a few more Strogg. Door's gonna stay sealed until we hit that conduit. Which we get to here. And run. Well, we don't need to run. It's not going to blow up on me, but... I'm going to have to fight these guys for a second, and that's not as fun. Yeah, it's arrived. Oh, I'm out here. Right. Pause. The one thing I'll say that definitely goes in favor of Ground Zero compared to Reckoning. As much as I hate fighting the Daedalus, the Stalker, and the Medic Commander, they are much more interesting. I heard that. Where are you? Medic Commander are much more interesting enemies to fight than we put an energy shield on a brain, we put an energy shield on a tank, we gave the Iron Maiden homing. I don't really remember what else the Reckoning has that's unique or added in Reckoning enemy-wise. But, yeah, the Daedalus, the Tank Medic, the Stalker, as they can be annoying to fight, but they're also much more interesting to fight. You know, that's the Medic Commander can make any enemy and becomes a very, very it-must-die problem. Stalkers are interesting because of all the ways they sort of dodge around, they move, they can be on the ceiling. The Daedalus, admittedly, just sort of fall into the whole, it's just an enemy with an energy shield and a bit more health and damage. But to sort of counter that, the ETF rifle is there to deal with that. So it's, as much as I complain about Ground Zero, the enemies are much more well thought out. End of Unit 2. No, it's not. Right. Okay. I think Unit 2 ends with the boss fight I've been worried about. You know what? I haven't used this in a while. And again, if you're playing this game normally and you aren't playing it on Nightmare, this is... A lot of my complaints are really muted. Because they're a little bit less aggressive, they have pain states, the bosses have less health, you're going to take less damage, it's easier. No, I want the grenade launcher, there we go. Stick with this for a little bit, although I know there's a secret there. For a double damage I can't use. That's the other thing as well, lower difficulty, you'll be able to carry more of the power-ups, so you'll actually care about finding things like adrenaline. I guess if I fight you, the Prox Mine is better. And again, you know, it's pretty cool there's an enemy that fakes being dead. I'm not dealing with that. It's not dealing with me either, apparently. It's gonna take a step back and fire grenades. Exactly what I would have done. Marwol, there is an infinite rocket height in this. This isn't Doom 2. Got it. Why am I trying to hit that with grenades when I know it dodges? Up. Oh, hold up. There we go. I heard that noise and it makes me concerned. If in doubt, AD, 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 AD. I swear I'm hearing a medic, but that could be another gladiator. You're pretty quiet. What else was over here? Oh. This thing. You want to talk about weapons that aren't that great in this game? This takes 2 cells and doesn't deal enough damage worth 2 cells. The upsides are it's hit scan, it's instant, it has no wind down. The downsides is it's 2 cells a shot and doesn't deal 2 cells worth of damage. I thought I would have gotten both. I knew I was hearing it. I knew I was hearing it. I knew I was hearing it. At least they gave me full medkits. You okay? You done? It's not done. So we'll fix that defective tenant turret in a second. Alongside this one. But I mentioned the PSX port earlier, and then Bell went ew, and then double ew because it was my first exposure to Quake 2. The PlayStation port of... Oh, hold up. A little bit of brain power to not get shot there. The PlayStation port and also the... I think the Quake 64 port is similar. But obviously I've only played that port as in the Nightdive... I'm going to say port so many times, and it's going to get confusing. But I've only played the Nightdive version of the Quake 2 64. So we to realize what I was looking at there. Could you not? I should have jibbed it before I started fighting the medic. Back to the ports. PlayStation port has quite a few differences gameplay-wise. I wasn't too sure that would work. Thought I was going to set an alarm off, I'll be honest. The main gameplay difference, apart from some levels have been removed, other ones have been merged together, is that you cannot carry items in an inventory in the PlayStation port. Which means you can't hold on to, in the same way I'm doing right now, invulnerability, quad damage, anything like that. You pick it up, it is immediately used. It makes things like the Macron fight actually difficult. I think the Macron arena is also different in PlayStation 1. We're going to see a few other levels that are unique to, let's say, the console ports. Just wasting my slugs a second. Does like Gladiator want to try to shoot me, or is it just going to go back and forth like a fool? One more round and it's gone. It's gone, and I got slugs for it. Thank you, Gladiator. You're my best friend. Other things as well, you obviously can't quick save whenever you want to. And if I remember right, there's like a live system where if you die, you can choose to replay the level with full health and ammo, but it uses a life. But I might be slightly wrong in remembering that one. It also, debatably, is the best looking Quake 2 version before you get into modern source ports. The way that it handles lighting and texturing is pretty... Obviously, that's going to be a turret, but then the Daedalus turned up and went, "Hi, would you like to subscribe to Getting Shot by Plasma?" And unfortunately, I'm not interested. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Oh. What happened there? I could have sworn that was a turret. You know what? Everything there can have a grenade. I think I go this way. I heard it, and it dropped a gladiator on me this time. You know what? I've got the cells. This do be why they gave you the BFG so early. I want to go up. And also, I know I collect cells a lot of the time because the Daedalus drops them, the medics drop them. Any energy weapon wielding freak will drop them. They're all freaks. I hear it. Wait. I knew there was another one. And... oh, I wasn't ready for a gladiator. Really should use a adrenaline here. How many times am I going to say I should use an adrenaline and then won't? Yeah, you're right there. I will stop firing once I stop hearing things scream in pain. I think we hit that point. Alright. Let's go play Satellite Engineer. Which way do I feel like going? I'm gonna go this way. I don't want to go that way. I don't remember what that noise is. I don't remember if that's gunner or medic. I should have switched off. Medic. Yeah, I'm just doing this again. I guess with how I fight the medic commanders, I could be using the procs and the Tesla mines more. Alright, we're here again. That's the detention facility, that's not where I need to go. This area is almost finished. Did I just see a stalker's leg? No. Right, you come up here, you go up there, but we didn't. We went the other way. I know there's a Daedalus above me. Let's deal with the gunner first, because that's the bigger threat. Honestly, the Daedalus is just a wall of health. It's not that threatening. At least not when it's by itself. Did not intend to Dr. Seuss that, but here we are. Sorry, did it... Nope, the door didn't shut behind me. I just got really unlucky holding S. That's all enemies. Right, let's go get that data disk. Which is faster to go this way. Up, please.
Computer updated.
For some reason I thought there was something up here. Not. Is there a... Aha. Aha. Very nice. Forget which way I'm supposed to go for this one, so in the interest of time... Back that way. Right, it even said go back to tactical command. Kind of a hint as to where to go. That was nice. I love you too, game. Alright, now that we have this, Sector 2, I think, is where we end up going next. Let's sink 5 slugs into the Daedalus. 2 into an Icarus. See what I mean by, like, I'm just tripping over cells and I should be using the BFG 10K way more often to deal with the medic? Ooh. Speaking of the medic. I don't know if that actually increases the kill counter maximum every time I run into a medic commander. I probably should check to see if it does, but I also don't mind either way. I'm not going down there. I'm just gonna bounce grenades off the walls until I see you fall over. Right. We jibbed him, we can go. I say we can go, and then I hit a turret. I have no excuse for that horrific aim. It's fine. Got lucky there. They gave you a lot more cells than I remember. Oh. We know that noise. Where are you? There. It's not twitching, means it's actually dead. Shouldn't have stood still. I thought I was going to get my shot out before it could get its shot, and that was a bit of a no on that one. I've got a funny feeling I've missed an objective just like last time. But it could be wrong. I might still be making progress. We know that noise. There's a medic commander coming up. Where are you? It's gonna be like hard left. Direct BFG hit will take it out in one go. That's really good to know. Missed. Now we go to the hangar.
Computer updated.
Via the tunnel. Ta-da! Unit finished. Again, another thing I will praise Ground Zero for over Reckoning, and even Quake 2, the levels are a lot more interconnected. You do travel between the same... You don't travel to the same areas necessarily, you do go to different parts of different levels, and it does feel more, as I say, interconnected than the other ones.
Initiate scan. Personnel located. Prompt air transmission disrupted. Now exiting communication facility. Locate Strogg research hangar. Securing threat. Strogg experimental fighter. End transmission.
Ground scans confirm seismic activity.
So, I'm going to stop looking at secrets and their guides now. I'm gonna make sure I mark this. Part of the reason why I was making sure we were hitting secrets up to this point was to have the items necessary to not get massacred by a boss that turns up at the end of this unit. We're going to use just the invulnerability, we're not going to use anything else, and hopefully take out the boss without too many problems. But to make sure that goes through, I need to make sure I have all my chain gun ammo when we get there. We're also now about halfway through the game. I immediately go face first into a medic. Great start.
Ground scans confirm seismic activity.
Shot that into the floor. Shotgun it is. Shut that guy up. I don't mind eating the damage here because I know there's a set of 2 health packs by there. I'm glad they've come down. It means I can do this. Oops. You may also notice the enemy count has dropped. We're going to be running into more difficult fights rather than just throw everything at you and hope. As I get absolutely jumped by 2 berserkers. Yeah, I thought I saw 2 Daedalus there. Thing is, I don't have a way to deal with the... I guess we could do this. You know what? It's a waste to use cells at that range. Wait, did I pop the shield on one of you? I was saying, there's no way I popped the shield. Thank you for the cells. They're greatly appreciated as I continue to get damaged. I don't think we get the energy shield in this unit, but we might through a secret. Please stop jumping over the rocket. Take the damage, you fool. Oh, I remember there's a secret here. With that guy cha-cha sliding all over the place, and rockets right behind me. You know what? Prox mine. All those prox mines and I still didn't... I need to use the adrenaline. All those prox mines and it still didn't take out that gladiator. Okay, now I kind of do need to pick up a adrenaline at some point. Although I guess if we gonna stockpile the invulnerability, we should be okay. I think there's a secret here. But I'm not 100% sure. Have I not hit this thing at all? I know it's probably dodging, but like, there we go. Law of averages, I should have hit that thing sooner. You know what? Why mess around, right? Right. It's the body armor. Chain fist if we didn't get it back in Unit 1. It's twitching, means it's not dead. Hello, Iron Maidens. These are going to be getting some rockets soon. Ooh. There were two of you. I wasn't actually sure, but thank you for dropping down and saying hello. That long noise, by the way, it wasn't the elevator, it's the thing that's, well, the goal of this unit, kind of. To get to the fighter, we need to... I'm pretty sure it's we need to lower a bridge. I need to sneeze. Alright, we're good. Right, the gladiator stole the airstrike marker. That's fine. Wait, can I... Oh, we hit something. Oh, we killed the gladiator. Then we have to go down there in a minute. Kill you because you're hit scan. I could do with some health. That's not health, that's the opposite of health. Who shot me? Am I really that low on ammo for... I'm low on that ammo for everything. Okay. Guess we're relying on cells for the time being. You weren't killed. Equipment failure. Not a problem I tend to run into. Zor here didn't quite make it through. Zor, I think, is a reference to one of the developers behind Ground Zero. The weapon we picked up, the Disruptor, is a dummied out weapon from Ground Zero that they added back for the Nightdive port. And I've never really used it, but I know ammunition is hard to come by, so we're probably not going to see that much of it. I like getting sent into the stratosphere. Oh god, no. Play it safe. Any of you gonna give me a rocket launcher? Sorry, rockets. I already have the launcher, I just don't have the thing that comes out of them. Oh, you will. Fuck my life. At least it isn't reckoning with the homing missiles. Do I still have... Alright, while we wait for that, I'm just going to check the...
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3...
I think being here is safe.
1.
Okay, we can get an adrenaline. We need to go back to the pipe room. I thought there was something with the pipes. Go. To be fair, it is a little bit of a journey because it's all the way back with the pipes. I remembered there was like something that happens to them, that the room gets flooded. Turns out it's a secret. There is a switch. Fills this with water. Shorts out this. And then there's my adrenaline. Or adrenaline if you're a fan of Rosetta Stone. I think they only made like 2 albums. I think it was 2. God, I wish I had. If I wasn't so hell-bent on saving the bullets, I guess we are just going to be using cells for most of this. Once we've beaten the boss at the end of this, I don't have to worry too much about conserving ammo, because the final boss, it's gonna give me the ammo I look for. I think now I need to go to waste processing. Pretty sure I don't run across that. I'm pretty sure I'm right. It's waste processing. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna push the button again. It's gonna do nothing. There's a pipe there. This is gonna be fun. This section coming up is absolutely a slaughter. Welcome to waste processing.
All remaining air units engage, destroy enemy fighters.
What up, parasites? Surprised you weren't in the game sooner. $83 enemies. And I think this is where we're going to fight a lot of brains. There's something further down, but we'll worry about that later. Let's start killing things. Can't shoot it when it's green. I'd rather kill the brains over solid ground rather than the lava because, you know, but like the cells. Getting really unlucky not getting cells there. Oh yeah, we have like nothing anywhere. I'm gonna have to rely on like direct hits from the prox launcher at this rate. That's not a good sign. Oh god, no. Oh, I might be able to fight you with the... Nope. Finally, some good ammunition. A direct hit with a prox mine isn't enough to kill a turret. Yeah, at least I have flechette, right? That was my own bad aim. I hear parasites. Okay, we're about a third of the way through. Probably shouldn't do that. Slow and steady. Deal with the Daedalus in a second. There's a lot of them. Okay. It's one. I know I haven't finished that one. I'm going to come back to it in a second. Not a single one of you dropped cells. All that does is save me a bit of time because then I don't have to, you know, go down the elevator. I hear another parasite. Thought that was a shootable switch. It's not. We're actually making okay progress considering the amount of resources we didn't have at the start of this level. I'm also going to be bleeding a lot of resources if I keep fighting like this. So eventually we're going to get through this and then we have to deal with the pump systems. I'm going this way. There's an adrenaline, which I think I remember how to get to, so if we push does come to shove, we can use an adrenaline and then pick that one up. Lasers deactivated. I think that one's just we shoot. Yeah. So that one's accessible if we ever need it. I think the other secret's down with the lava, but I don't remember. We might have to do a check after that. After we, you know, clear the level. That's not happening. Why? I was at full health. I thought he was going to be further away too. That was also my bad. Okay, Daedalus beneath me. Yeah, we can burn the cells for this. Daedalus Daedalus beneath me, but for some reason isn't coming up to say hi. Might be stuck on the roof. Also, on this little overhang area. No, for some reason he's coming up the ramp. You realize you can fly, right? What was that duck for? Why'd you duck? Oh, right, no, hold on. The last secret might be in the engine room that's come... It's not really an engine room, I don't think, but... You'll see why I call it that in a second. Hopefully. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe it is an engine room. The elevator brings me back up. Ground Zero, please let me breathe for 5 seconds without jumping me around. I go around the corner. I hear something on the other side of here. I don't remember if this opens up. I don't think it does. I think I'm hearing people in the big room. Well, if something does come that way, I guess we're gonna find out pretty quick. How did I mess that shot up? On the far side of the room. Yeah, I'm hearing something from, I think... No? I guess that part of the wall does open up. Probably. Gonna hazard a guess that's you that was hearing running around. Okay, I'm good. You gonna chase me? I put 2 prox mines down for you. You hit me with your first shot as you round that corner. The most well-trained gladiator, ladies and gentlemen. This damage water? Yes, it is. Glad I remembered that one. Okay. Let's do it. We got a parasite there. And then I got a guy hard left. Okay, I am going to double check the secret. We are in waste processing. We know where the adrenaline is. It's here. There's a mega health. Push that, I think. For all the good this is going to do me. I mean, it means I can get a little bit aggressive. Oh, right. The radiation. Yeah. I was waiting for the death. That's okay. We know what to expect. We grab the mega health, we run. Okay, we have to worry about the parasite next. We can also take as much damage as we want here. This, do this, and then it's... Pop. I've evacuated. deal with the gladiator. Actually, deal with the brains first. Now deal with the gladiator. I didn't think he'd get that shot charged up and ready. It's my bad. We wasted the health. Now I gotta worry about these. Again, I guess we haven't really wasted the health. We could always go pop the adrenaline and go get the adrenaline. That one's done. Then we have to head this way. Two enemies left. I bet you it's a gladiator and a brain, because everything else has been a gladiator and a brain. I'll take that health. Okay. We might as well use the adrenaline.
Updated.
And then I'm pretty sure our way out is the lava? Or the room with the lava? Kind of have to go a little bit backwards. Hooray! 1 health damage.
Tango section.
Skip that completely. Okay, ads arrive in about 55 seconds.
Computer updated.
And I'm going to clear this area out. And then I'm going to pause the ads again. I knew I was going to eat a rocket. All the more reason why I liked using the adrenaline there. Secret down here, if I remember right. I don't quite remember where. Mega health. Okay, when the ads hit, I'm going to get some more water. I'm going to stretch. Obviously, I'm going to be pausing the recording while we do this. I think this is the first recording that's going to end up hitting YouTube that's had more than one pause in it. Did I remember to... I think I remember to do this when I came in. Anyway. I will be back in very quick. Back in very quick? I'll be back in like a minute. Let's make some progress. During the ad break, we had a very quick look to see where the energy shield is, because I thought it only appeared in the last unit. It doesn't. It appears at the end of this one. We're doing this ambush again, aren't we? Wish I had the mega health now. I'll take the death. Wait. Okay. Grab the mega health, run in. Hopefully don't get massacred like last time. Gonna go with the ETF rifle here for the wonderful 10 damage a shot. That worked out quite nicely. But yes, the energy shield appears at the end of this unit. I don't know if it's before or after the boss. I assume it's after, given how powerful the energy shield is. But I did remember, and I was right in remembering where, you can run into a energy shield in the final unit. There's like a weird alcove we can jump into. What am I doing? I have like 44 slugs. Oh, the other turret over there is active. Not anymore. You're gonna have to call the repairman for that one. Let me make progress. You're a regular medic, right? Thank you. Thank you for being a regular medic. I'll have to look at the stats after it, but I think I have a sneaking suspicion that there are more medic commanders than medics in Ground Zero. I also feel like we've dealt with the bulk of them. I'm not wasting another slug. This is a very high quality Quake 2 video. Not in terms of gameplay, but like, how am I at 45 megasecond on the recording? I need to lower the limit on that one. Quake 2 does not need to be 50 megasecond. Alright, let's do an ambush. I thought the scanner was active. Yeah, we don't go that way yet. Did I miss a button? Yes. DNA not on file. Use the med scanner. There we go. See? Why get scanned and reveal yourself when you could just destroy the laser grid? Oh, it's not completely destroyed. Still have quite a few more enemies to get through, like that. I don't trust this, and I don't remember why, because there's a medic commander. This is a secret, right? It's gotta be. It's gotta be a secret. But I am not swimming in that. Now I will. Okay, maybe it's not a secret. Synthropy, hello! Welcome in. Hope you having a good week so far. Well, good weekend. Synthropy says dinosaurs? I don't know why there's no dinosaurs here. I'd be very terrified if there was. Wouldn't want to see a dinosaur running around with a plasma rifle. This is asking for trouble. Didn't Ark end up going down a line where, like, dinosaurs had laser weapons? I don't know, I never really played the expansions. But I know at some point they added the weird not quite Pacific Rim to the game. One more. You were dead. Or you've just appeared, one of the two. There we go. I do want to push forward, knowing that Commander Corps was still available. Because knowing my luck, there'd be a medic up there. Parasite. Thought you could have jumped down, which is why I was confused and let you get the hit off. We know there's a gladiator because you just shot the box for a very nice scripted sequence, but then you don't go and hunt me down, which is the confusing part in the whole thing. We can hop up here. Who's running around? Oh, they're on the floor beneath me. Nope, he was on that box. Give me the ammo pack. Desperately needed. You don't even know how much I needed that. That's not how you jump, Marwol. Although I am a little bit more worried about the parasite. Not by much. I think... No, I'm thinking of a different section, but I think there was a part where we have to blow up a barrel to drop down a level. Oh no! The door is sealed. Good thing there's a switch right here. Could you stop moving awkwardly and just die? Thank you. Probably summarizes most of the enemies I fight. Could you please stop moving awkwardly and just die? Oh, beneath me. Just gonna let them think about whether they want to keep fighting me. Have you made your decision? You did. I didn't even realize there was a gladiator on the way up. No, the gladiator was just there. I'm getting a little bit too confident here. I'll happily admit that. Because I remember there's an adrenaline. If you ever see me suddenly start playing like my brain is switched off, chances are I've remembered there's an adrenaline nearby, and that I can get away with it.
Ground scans confirm seismic activity on 62% incline.
What did I just hear? Was that a medic commander? Maybe? I know I just saw something run away up there. Yeah, that's a medic. That did sort of invalidate the adrenaline I just used. The upside.
Control units fall back and regroup with Delta Tango Victor section.
We killed a medic. That's a medic commander. It's already active. I bet you it spawned that gladiator in. Do this a bit cleaner this time, shall we? Actually, alright, that's been cleared. The next fight thing I guess we have to worry about is the medic room. Is the medic active? It is now. Cass says, alright, they're back. Welcome back, Cass. You missed me get massacred by this room and then not have the health to really push into the room I'm supposed to be in. But it's okay, we've learned. Gonna run the flushette for a little bit, since I know there's 100 rounds right there. See? The joys of having spare ammunition. There's a gladiator above me again. I would like that body armor, but I don't think I would be able to get to it just yet. Never mind. Okay, I do remember we need to go down to turn the fans on to then eject ourselves up. So let's go do that. Probably should have quick saved. No, first thing we need to do is clear out this room. Don't you dare pick him back up. Is that damage? Yes. Cass says, oh no, they saw that. They're back with a new name, that's what they meant. Ah. She-Wolf Cass Blackflame. I guess it makes more sense than Cream Girl. That one just made it sound like you just worked at a dairy farm. Okay, the conduit's accessible, which is not down here. It's right there. I saw it as I fell. Up. Up. Third time lucky. Now we just need to activate the incinerator, which is back this way. I probably should have checked. Probably should have checked. Probably should have. By checked, I mean not just blindly run around the corner. You good? You good? No, there's a turret to worry about as well. Guess says, harsh but true, the typo from Scream to Cream, they'll never live that down. I thought it was intentional the whole time. You're just like, that you never typoed it for Scream. And I was like, well, everyone's like able to pick whatever names they want to. Some names questionably shouldn't be used. But if you're an asshole, I guess you can go with those sort of names. But yeah, I thought the Cream Girl thing was like a, hey, I'm gonna churn milk into butter, and that's, I work on a dairy farm, and I love making cream, and it was supposed to be like a really weird innuendo thing. I didn't realize it was a typo for Scream. I don't have to do that fight, but I don't have a choice. Do I not come up here yet? I'm a little bit confused. I've confused myself. Oh, right, hold up. It's down here. Yeah, it's these doors. You tried to snapshot me as I came down the elevator? I mean, you got that hit because I leaned into the wall and then you got me on the rebound, but... Level's almost empty. Cal says they did make the typo, but they leaned into it. See, that's why I thought it was intentional the whole time. It's like, yeah. It's dairy time, my guy. Why'd I do that? Why'd I do that? Do I have to write that down? I don't think I do. I don't. I definitely don't. Why am I blanking on this part of the game?
Computer updated.
Right, now I go to the hangar. But not really. Because this is another one where Ground Zero hooks you into... loops you through one area to then go to another one, to then go to another one. So we go this way, use the vent. I think the vent is here? Yeah. Alright, I don't need to go this way first, but we're going to go this way first. At least I think I don't need to go this way first. I think one of these panels you can just blow up. Yeah, that's a bit of a pain. Don't get it stuck, don't get it stuck. That's close enough, right? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do have to go in first. Okay. Isn't there another one with, like, a bit of rock outcrop? Or am I thinking of a... this is where it's gonna catch me again. I seem to remember there's a rock outcrop that breaks or you can destroy it. I have released the mutants. which gets you a quad damage. That's secret 2. Oh look, we're using Flechette again. Oh! I'm pretty sure you can skip. Not that it's going to do much. You'll see why when we get to the inside. See? Barrier. So, you can skip, but for no actual reason. Look at that! 80 slugs. Not enough health to back it up, though. Oh, isn't there like a really weird place where you can instant kill yourself here? I think you can launch yourself using the catapult launcher and it will kill you. So you get your grenade ready. I saw you clip your pixels through the door. Right, we have to go here. Disruptor ammo that I don't necessarily need. There's the catapult. I'm just gonna wait for them. They really love their gunners in this level, don't they? I don't think there's another reason to come down here apart from the armor. So we're just going to rotate back to the top. Now that this door is open, but despite the fact that the security defenses have been lowered, the turrets are still active. My greatest ops in this game. It wouldn't be too bad. I think the initial release of Ground Zero would never have rubbed me the wrong way if the turrets weren't immune to damage before they rotated. If you could see them and spot them and kill them beforehand, I think it would be fine. Even with the amount of health they had beforehand. With their, yeah, height. Even with the whole thing of they'll just appear out of a wall. More gunners. I hear that noise. I know there's a medic commander, and I know it's on the floor above me. Because I remember every time I play Ground Zero, I get caught by him. Man, we're just massacring them, aren't we? This whole freight train of pain is going to run out pretty quick. Here's where we could get C earlier, by the way. There's the giant doors for it. Jib these. That's not the right button. So the goal is to go up that elevator. Which we'll be doing pretty soon. That's actually a barefaced lie. We have to come back here to fully finish the level. Oh, he's not paying attention. So the primary door is open. Oh, while I remember different things, I mentioned yesterday that I've done a lot of grinding, various levels of grinding in Pokemon Red, which we'll be doing more of tomorrow at a normal time as opposed to weird time. Hear a tank? Thought I heard a tank, but I don't think I did. Did I or did I not just open the main door? That's still locked. Right. Now we have to head all the way back and then wait till we come back through. Pokemon Red. Some Pokemon have hit a higher level than others for various different reasons. For example, we have a Kingler, which is the evolution of Farfetch'd. No, it's not. Hold on. You'll see why I got those confused in a second. That'd be a really weird evolution. Digimon levels are confused. We have a Farfetch'd that's, I think, level 44? 45? The Krabby that we caught is now a Kingler, but it is level 55? 56? Because I might have figured out that I could just leave some Pokemon that I don't care too much about their moveset in with the daycare guy, and made a macro to run up and down, and then lost track of time, realized later that I'd left the macro on. And, oops. So, Ducks, the Farfetch'd, is... Admittedly, I wanted them to level up high for game glitch reasons. And then... Oh, God, no. I don't even know where they are in the room. There. That Gladiator's probably coming down to see me. Kind of. I know I heard a Stalker. Anyway, other things that are leveled up. Truck is now like level 42. Purely by accident, because I left them in the party and I forgot the EXP all is definitely going to level them up. Oops on that one. But bringing this back around to what made me think of this tangent. Black Flame, the Gengar, is I think level 30... something. And I have found a use for the Gengar. It did require me to go get a TM early. I say early. It's a TM that I forgot to show last time we played that we could have had at any point when we got Fly. Why fire the grenades? Why do that? And all the TM is a move that Gengar would learn anyway. And we just made it learn it early. I got like 2 or 3 gunners above me, so this is gonna suck. Knew it. Let's try this again, but without relying on the railgun. The Enviro suit is there for a reason. There's an invulnerability that I could pick up here. I just haven't decided to. Because I don't want to get another invulnerability. Yeah, let's run this a bit safer this time. Oh, and there is another TM that I've given to the Hangar, Black Flame, but I wouldn't worry too much about that one. I got it by gambling. Hello? I thought the elevator had broken there. I was like, please don't. More disruptor ammo that I will never use. But yeah, there's an invulnerability in one of these containers. I forget which one and where.
Force fields deactivated.
But the idea is that you're supposed to use that to jump in when it's full to get it. But I don't care. I'm scared. Cass says, hell yeah, they get TMs in Pokemon. You do. You had 2. One from gambling. The other one by talking to a man that I think I pointed out in the first stream as a case of, hey, there's this guy down here who has a TM called Dream Eater and it's going to be great. We got it and we gave it to Hangar because Hangar would learn Dream Eater, but way later than I would like them to learn it. Excuse me. I know that noise. Yeah, that was a little bit stupid to fire it like that, but honestly, I have no regrets. It was that or I let it potentially drop something on top of me that's going to be way worse. If I could turn back time, I'd make the exact same mistake. I wouldn't hesitate. Okay. Elevator back down. Should not stand still, not with the amount of health I have. I'm gonna get trespassed to death. I'm not using the adrenaline. I'm gonna see if we can get through this. Oh, I'm not going to because I'm gonna get ambushed. I even knew it was coming. Cass says they're gonna eat so many dreams. Oh, you also have Hyper Beam. Which is a really funny thing to give a Hangar, considering the attack stat on a Hangar is not worth it. I'm not doing that here. Please don't. I want to live. I want to live! Let me live! I can live. Who said I'm bad at Quake 2? I'll fight them. Actually, I wouldn't say I'm great at Quake 2. I'm competent at best. Oh, hey, look. Competent at best. You little shit. Alright, we have to redo that section again because I thought I quick saved after the adrenaline, not before. How do I want to do this? Okay. Better health-wise than last time. Gladiator hasn't cut through just yet. Okay. We're going to use the adrenaline. I'm going to pick up the adrenaline. I'm going to quick save. Go. Oh, there's two medic commanders. Well, that went well. But yeah, anyway, Gengar, the Black Flame, the Gengar, knows Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Hyper Beam, and I think Substitute. I think I gave it Substitute. For a really dumb reason. Okay, Bop. Power Shield. Right, my cells are now going to vanish all the time. Boss fight. I'm going to not be able to explain this boss fight and why it's such a pain and why I've been preparing for it all game. So I'm going to take the time to sort of do that now. This boss fight has an insane amount of health on Nightmare. I think it rivals the Macron. It also has the ability to track you, and like the turrets have been doing and like Nightdive have sort of added to other enemies, it kind of tries to figure where you're going to be and then puts projectiles there. And it has twin chain guns with good accuracy. So what's going to happen when I run into this room is I'm going to fire a BFG-10K to kill the flyers, which I think the carrier, which is the name of the boss, I think he makes more of them anyway. So we're actually going to scrap that BFG idea. I'm going to run an invulnerability and dump an entire chain gun into it, and I think that might be enough to kill it. It ate a whole chain gun. It took a whole chain gun. Why they give you a grenade launcher here, I don't know. They must absolutely hate you. As I've said, Ground Zero does hate the player. A whole chain gun, and then we had to dump, I'm going to say conservatively, 20 rockets into it. You'll leave her there. I don't need any other supplies. She's the last one alive. I don't remember if there's a reason to go down there.
Initiate scan. Acquiring. Acquired. Personnel located. Experimental Strogg fighter secured. Now exiting. Research hangar. Locate Munitions Plant. Obtain antimatter core and containment pod. End transmission.
Welcome to the last normal unit, which is fairly self-contained, in that we're going to be going between the same few levels and a few different places. Fight me anywhere except next to the explosive barrels, please. Hello, Gladiator. So, what do I mean by we're going to be going through this in a few different ways and it's self-contained? Kind of in the same way we've been doing the whole game. We're going to start something somewhere, and then we're going to have to go to another level to continue it. And we're going to have to do this back and forth. The goal here is to make an antimatter bomb, but we don't have all of the ingredients, all the ways to make it in one level. We're going to have to bring it from one place to another to another. This, honestly, is probably my favorite part of the game. Hands down. The hangar section... If the carrier wasn't such a pain to fight with the railgun, the twin chain guns, that I hit by accident, but I knew I had to shoot something in here for a secret anyway. I'm just going to stand underneath it, because it gets around the shield. Saves one railgun shot if I do that. Anyway, the carrier wasn't such a pain with these spawning flyers constantly having 4,000 health, which I think is more than the Macron. We'll double check that during the ad break, and then YouTube wouldn't have that answer straight away, as opposed to people during the ads who have to wait. Or, no, I guess they'll also get it instantly as well. They're not hit by the ads. But this laser grid, for example, we can't deal with the laser grid just yet, but we will eventually get around to the other side of here and solve that problem a different way. I see the red beam of death. I no longer wish to receive red beam of death. And then a side effect of all the, you know, turrets being counted for part of the enemies is... Ooh, good prediction on that one. Is that the enemy count here of 83? I saw that, Daedalus. It's not actually going to be that high. Not that many enemies we have to worry about. I'm just missing everything here. I don't know why. Thank you for the cells. Finish the thought about the carrier. Twin chain guns, as I pointed out. The railgun as well kind of hurts. I think it has another attack it has that we didn't see because it was too busy doing spawning flyers. But we dumped the entirety of a chain gun into it, and the thing refused to die. It took the rockets as well. Now, as I was saying here with the going around with the different parts of the level, blah blah blah, the 81 enemies are technically not all going to be around. Though we're now going to have to deal with a tank commander. Could have dodged that better. I'm just going to whip the BFG 10K out anytime I see a medic commander because I cannot risk what happened. Again, it happened there. Them dropping a medic on me. Because that means if I kill the medic commander but I don't kill the corpse or the medic fast enough, we have to deal with everything all over again. And it will spiral, it will get out of control, and it will be the bane of all existence if I let it. Hello, regular tank. Case in point. I think it's half the enemies in this level, by the way, dead already. Pretty much. Yeah, this is where we actually build the bomb. Not somewhere we need to be just yet. So we go to the ammo depot, we get the parts, we come back with the parts, we build the bomb here, we put it in there, it goes through, it goes chug, 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 and then it comes out, I think, somewhere. We'll get it. But when I said we'll probably be done before the 5-hour mark, I meant it. There's about 100 enemies here. This one we might fight more of them. All here. I know I have a lot of shells. We're going to rely on shells for the time being. Again, I don't really care too much about secrets. We've dealt with the carrier. The final boss of this game, by the way, is way more interesting than the Macron, especially because of how they made it. And as we've been playing this, I think I've softened my view on how much Ground Zero hates the player. I just think it's one of those, like, it will catch you out. It is rough. It is brutal. Like, yeah, there are some things that are not great about it, but it's not as bad as I remember it being. It probably didn't help that when I did this originally, Nightdive still hadn't reverted some of the really weird changes, like the railgun not dealing normal. I think it still doesn't, but the railgun in base Quake 2, if I remember right, deals 200 damage in single player, 150 in multi. For some reason, Nightdive set it to 150 across the board in the remake, or the port. I think they've walked that back, and now it's 175, not 200. So when I did this originally, what I'm trying to say is the railgun was weaker than it should have been. The berserkers were also dialed up a notch. So I think they did more damage with the AoE. There was also less warning they're about to do it. They came up more often. So all the issues I kind of have with the Nightdive port were made worse at that point. And then add into just kind of how the whole thing runs. There's a reason to come up here, but I forget what it is. A silencer. Not worth it. This is a secret, by the way, but we're not touching it just yet. Alright. Found the two Daedalus, which I can deal with just by holding A or D. I can see the ads arriving in about 1 minute. What was it I said I was going to look up during the... I think it was the carrier? Was it the carrier? What was it? I was going to look something up during the ad break, and now I completely forget what it is. Nope, it's escaped my brain. This helpful little secret. We now have a Strogg uniform. As long as we don't fire a single shot, you have nothing to worry about. You can see my icon in the bottom left has changed as well. So for the entirety of this level, we can now play stealth. But the ads are about to arrive, so... quick thing to note, if you leave the level, you lose the disguise. So it is just this level. Don't transition back to Munitions Plant. Don't transition anywhere else. It's a bad idea. What was I going to look up? Was it Carrier? Was it... I have a funny feeling I was going to look up the Carrier boss to check if its health is around the same as the Macron. And also to see if there were any other things that we missed in that fight. And I said it like 10 minutes ago, and the fact I can't remember what it is. Oh well. And it means I got to repeat that the Carrier does have more health on Nightmare, but Jorg and Macron have 3,000 each. Carrier Nightmare has 4,000. Except Nightdive made the Jorg have 8,000 health on their port. And Kaz says some people don't play with quad damage. I get that some people don't play with quad damage for the, you know, the extra challenge. But if you look at it from the perspective of a normal person playing through Quake, I need to just not shoot anything. I was about to shoot that, but we're not going to. I am a regular Strogg, just like the rest of you. If a regular person plays Quake 2 via the Nightdive port, they are going to use the quad damage, which means they're going to invalidate the fact it has 8,000 health. So... why? Oh no. My access is denied. That's the way back to the Munitions Plant, but that's not the way I want to go. We still need to find the pod, which is that way, I'm pretty sure. And I need to... cause a workplace accident. I'm gonna go this way. But yeah, it just seems like a really strange choice. 8,000 health, but only... I forget why you come up here. Actually, I'll be completely honest, I forget what the pod is. Is it in the munitions depot? Oh, right, no, it's the weird room. The weird room. We need a security pass. And the security pass is, I think, held by that gladiator up there, or it hasn't spawned in because we didn't trigger the mission objective. And now when we go up there, it should be there. Oh, I thought I pushed S, and then, no, I managed to push W. I'm awake, I promise. Don't push anything. Easier solution. No. I really am confusing myself here then, aren't I? Is that the door? Yeah, it's Munitions Plant. Okay. We're gonna have to come through here and fight our way through later anyway, so... the first time... turn the silencer on. Wait. Wait. Did they make it? Oh, it's still the same! As long as we don't shoot anything we can't kill instantly. For as many shots as we have silencer, we're good to go. Which means we can't shoot out the gladiators, but we can shoot out everything else. Like turrets we can't deal with, but... guard we can deal with, that guard we can deal with, this one we can deal with. Probably shouldn't be using the railgun for these guys. 2 for 1. I think we can railgun out a... we can? We can't railgun a Daedalus, but that's okay. Get you instead. Let's see. Haha. Wait, there was a, there's you there. Yeah. So we didn't get the instant kill on that grunt, unfortunately, but we're now doing this normally, as opposed to exploit. That's fine. Let's go clear out that room that has the... Oh, Defender Core. Let's go clear out the room with the Daedalus. I don't know how you suppress a rocket launcher, but they found a way to do it. Oh, I missed a gunner. Oh well. See, we might as well clear out most of this now. Saves me time later. What I need to be careful of here is gladiators. What I need to be careful of here are gladiators. Not is gladiators. Then there's... We didn't really clear the upstairs area, so that's still going to be swarming with gladiators and everything else. Am I really out of cells? Oh no, the shield turned off at some point. I saw the cells by there, I was like, I could have sworn I ran over those, but obviously not. Up. There we go. I'm kind of glad we're not necessarily still in the days of that's how an elevator works. Did I kill it or did I not? I didn't. Then we have this guy. See? Only 30 enemies left in the level, and we don't have to worry about any of them until we come back. Isn't it nice and reassuring as we walk around and yeah, we don't have the security pass. Said we'd be on the other side of here eventually. I don't need the adrenaline. I forgot they put you right by there. I don't care about any of that. Just gonna use the railgun here because it'll punch through. Think we got it. We did. Might end up actually needing that adrenaline, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Pretty sure that's the right way to go, so I'm gonna double back this way a second. More IR goggles that I don't really need. Cells are about to die. So far, so... Well, apart from the fact that cells are about to die. So far, so good. Don't I still need a casing? No, I need a security pass. Aha! That looks like a security pass. Takes quite a while to make antimatter, let me tell you. Or not. Okay, so now we can go this way and actually re-enter the ammo depot, however you choose to say that. And all I have to do is disable the red lasers. We know where the console is. We touched it before and then the game went, nope, sorry, you don't have a card. Unfortunately, despite clearing this area out, they're now going to drop the second wave on us. Okay. I'm going to push the button and then all my fears are going to come true. No? I sworn a medic commander is supposed to appear. Sort of takes the edge off once you know that most of the enemies here are going to be turrets. There's only 20 left. I thought you were dead. Deactivated. But we're not done yet. There's still more. How am I a traitor? Explain that one to me, you bald railgun wielding freak. How am I a traitor? Why'd I fire the rocket so close to the corner? This and many other mysteries will never be solved. Bring that back online. I can't tell if that's a commando or not, so I'm just going to... That was a grunt. Oh hey, we played it safe. Am I really gonna jump all the way back there just for some disruptor ammo? Survey says, yes, I will. I don't care anymore. I don't want it. Excuse me, I want to go up the elevator, please. To fight the last 10 enemies. Adrenaline right there. I fell for the adrenaline bait. Fortunately, I still have too much cell and too much armor and too much health for any sort of permanent repercussion. I will not be slowed by the Strogg reprobates. Who am I killing up here? I heard you fire a shot. What are you? Oh! A gladiator. Four enemies left, and I have a funny feeling at least one of them is a turret. Let's find out. One, two turrets. Full yellow power cube, it says. Would you believe we're almost at the end of the game? Once we get the antimatter core, I think there's only one objective left to do and we're done. Yeah, no. Faster if I go this way. Faster if I don't get lost. said this would be faster. We've done it. We've made a bomb. JC, it's a bomb. You know things are about to get spicy when they give you a BFG 10K. We'll wait for the elevator to come back up. And then... so I got very lucky there. Let me deal with this Daedalus a second. And then his friend. Now, I mentioned there's like an alcove or something you can jump into to get the last secret. I think the secret's here. Let's go to Munitions Plant continued. Nope, it's just destroy the wall. Power shield. And armor. Let's finish this thing. Hopefully.
Initiating scan. Warning. Personnel located. Antimatter core and containment bomb secured. Now exiting Munitions Plant. Locate gravity generator. Use antimatter bomb to destroy gravity well. Return to research hangar. Use experimental fighter for escape. End transmission.
I've mentioned that the enemy design of Ground Zero is much better than Reckoning.
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
Wanimal? I can't help you, buddy. I'm sorry.
Let me out! Let me out!
There are 2 kills here. The Black Widow Guardian is a much better final boss than Jorg, or Jorg, however you choose to say his name, and Macron. There is a trick / gimmick to this boss fight that actively encourages you not to do something that you can do, and we have done in Quake 2 and The Reckoning. I tend to stockpile power-ups for the final boss. We did it here for Carrier, the Carrier's in the final boss. We did it for Macron, we did it for everyone else. I am going to use the quad damage and the double damage. You could hear her walking around down there. I'm not going to use it straight away. Because you see how she doesn't really deal that much damage? See how she's now glowing blue? See how she's now dealing immense amounts of pain? Every power-up you use is duplicated by the Black Widow. If you come into this fight with an invulnerability, unless Nightdive have changed something, she will clone the invulnerability. Meaning, you aren't hurting each other for 30 seconds. I'm gonna do this with the ETF rifle because that feels right. Let's get the disruptor out. And then this sequence takes long enough that your power-up will definitely have worn out before it finishes. Disruptor seems to deal okay damage, deals an area of effect and damage over time as well. She also has a disruptor. Seems to try to have a slight homing effect, which is a bit of a problem when I'm trying to hit the edge of a hitbox. Oh, she has an energy shield. Interesting. I know how to get around that. Admittedly, I probably could have done a better job of getting around it, but here we are. She's, let's say, the mechanic of cloning your abilities is nice. Her having a shield gives her more health. She's a more interesting fight than the Macron, by a mile. But, we sort of won. That's it, there's nothing else. Time to go plant the bomb. And then, similar to how the Macron, the Yorg, had a weird statue to represent it, or I guess art or whatever, we got the same thing here. Don't look too closely at it. I forget what I gotta do. This section, despite the fact it sounds like there's a timer, if I remember right, there's no actual timer. But we could just leave. That's it. That's ground zero.
This is Private Stepchild calling the Demos. Stepchild calling the Demos. I've planted the charges on the gravity well generator. Inform all remaining ground troops to evacuate the area.
Copy that, Stepchild. Now get out of there.
Roger. Stepchild out.
Security breach detected. You are not clear for takeoff.
Shit. I'm not going to make it. Stepchild Demos. Did it work?
Hell yes, it worked, Private. We're reporting total destruction of primary target and huge secondary chain reaction explosions all across the planet's surface. Nothing's living on that rock.
What about the others?
There aren't that many left to retrieve, Stepchild. You're one of the lucky few that made it out of that inferno in one piece.
Let's get the hell out of here.
And that's ground zero. We've done it. I think I might have... I said it earlier, and I think I'm going to agree with it. I think I've softened my view on ground zero. I still have the opinion that it hates the player, but I don't think it hates the player as much as I remember. I think part of that has been marred by the questionable balance choices that were there in the initial release of the Nightdive port. It's still... Despite the better enemy design, I still find Reckoning more fun. But I don't know if I can tell you why. I don't know if it's because the levels don't feel as hostile, and it's more like Quake 2 where you just sort of run through it and you fight enemies and every so often there's an ambush, as opposed to Ground Zero where it feels like every corner you go around, every room you go into, there's another fight, or there's something jumping at you from behind, or there's a turret revealing itself at the last minute to sort of shoot you because you walked up a staircase and you just crossed that line depth just ever so slightly. Reckoning has the better weapons. Ground Zero has by far the better enemies. Debatably even compared to Quake 2 itself. Like, Nightdive did a good thing taking the AI that was introduced in Ground Zero in things like the Stalker and applying it to more enemies. The Black Widow is definitely a very interesting boss to fight against, and it is designed in a way to catch you out. Because if you do enter that fight and you pop your quad damage, double damage, and vulnerability, you've just wasted all of them. It's... But yeah, even with that, I still feel like Reckoning is better. The weapons are better. The Gek are kind of an interesting enemy that are introduced. Cass says they look too closely at the picture of the Black Widow. You will be forever scarred in your dreams. Probably won't be, actually. But I think the other sentiment I mentioned as well, that Ground Zero feels like it was made for people who are used to playing things like Quake 2 on Nightmare. I think that sort of is still correct. I think if you were to give Ground Zero to someone who's not as familiar with Quake 2, they probably wouldn't have as much of an issue with it. They probably also would get caught out more by things like, surprise, here's 4 flyers to wedge you in on an elevator or in a corridor. Here's 2 berserkers to jump at you from behind. It's difficult to say how much of the Ground Zero problem is Ground Zero and how much of it is just the Nightdive port's changes. Which is all the more reason why I should probably definitely soften my view of, like, Ground Zero is not that great. It's good, but it's not great compared to Reckoning or Quake 2 itself. Call of the Machine, to briefly touch on that, swings... I can also briefly touch on the start. It briefly swings between really good ideas with really good execution to this feels like you're trying to do something and it doesn't quite land. And that, I think, can summarize both of the packs, the official expansions, Reckoning and Ground Zero. Depending on how you feel about either one, you can either have the opinion, like I do for Reckoning, where it lands pretty well, or it doesn't quite land for Zero. Same as I know there are people who love Ground Zero and hate Reckoning. I don't think I've ever seen anybody who loved both and had no issue with either. Now, as for the next one I do after Ground Zero, I'm not sure if we're going to go into Call of the Machine or if we're going to go for the Quake 64 port of the Quake 2 Nintendo 64 Nightdive port. We might do the 64 one next. If only because that has some of the levels from the PlayStation 1 port in it as well. One thing that is really sticking to my mind, though, as I mention this, and it's one of those things I'll have to look into for the next time we do this, I am 90% sure that Nightdive said they would release the PlayStation 1 port as part of the Nightdive version of Quake 2. And there's a little bit of evidence for this in the game files that they have in, like, the extras, where they show the PlayStation 1 exclusive. Well, I say PlayStation 1 exclusive, he might also appear in the Nintendo 64 port, I don't remember. I think he might. Anyway, there's an enemy that only appears in the PlayStation 1 port, as far as I can remember. And why would you include the information and the model for it if you weren't going to do the PlayStation 1 port? Now, admittedly, as I just said, the 64 port does take some of the PlayStation 1 levels, but the flow of them, the structure of them is completely different. For the 64 port, it doesn't really follow Quake 2 outside of it. Here's the same enemies, here's the same weapons, here's some of the same levels. It kind of has its own weird story where it's like a galactic campaign, as opposed to fighting on Strogos. Or Strogos, however you choose to say it. Whereas the PlayStation 1 port is Quake 2, but we've had to cut some levels down or out. And we've had to make new ones. And also, if I remember right, the Ground Zero end cutscene we just saw there, where you shuttle in, you see the bomb timer, you fly away, I think that was used for the PlayStation 1 port. I swear the ending you get in the PlayStation 1 version is different from the regular Quake 2, and I feel like it's because they used the ending from Quake 2 Ground Zero. But that's another one where I'm shaky on it, and I don't know if that's correct, or if that's just some weird misremembering I have where it is a different cutscene, it's just not that different. But I could have sworn these credits ended faster the other times I've done this. Either way. We are 3/5 of the way through this port. Again, there's no promises as to when the next one's going to be. This one was done because I woke up really early, couldn't get back to sleep. I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play some Quake 2. That's gonna take only like 3-4 hours. And yeah, it took about just under 5. Probably would have been faster if I didn't keep getting lost and admittedly played better. I'm trying to think, is there anything else There was one other thing I debated throwing in as like a quick stream. I say quick stream, I can't finish it in one go. I want to play Blasphemous again. I want to play Blasphemous again, and I want to get the canonical ending. When I first played Blasphemous, to give you an idea of how old this is as to when I first played it blind, there were only 2 endings. There wasn't a third. The third one is the canonical one that they added in later to bridge the gap to make more sense to lead into Blasphemous 2. I got the best ending at the time. Debatably, it still is the best ending, but it's not the true one. I want to play Blasphemous again. I haven't touched it since before they did the update where they added the true ending. True ending. And then I might touch Blasphemous too. Me thinks I'm gonna have a nap after this. But yes, I want to touch play through Blasphemous again. And then I want to play Blasphemous 2. But my understanding is that one, there's an ending locked behind a DLC. I'll have to check to see if I have it. Speaking of DLCs, I realized last time I sort of rushed through and did the thank yous and the schedule all in the wrong order. So what we're going to do this time is we're going to do the schedule now, and then we'll go through and do the normal raid out after we're done. This is all going to be part of the YouTube video for as long as the credits are still rolling, so this is going to confuse some people on YouTube to hear this. In about... what time are we at now? 6? 5? 5 hours. In about 5 hours, we will be finishing, because we're doing one run at it, win or lose. We'll be finishing War for the Overworld. Great time to yawn. We'll be finishing War for the Overworld, and then next Saturday, provided I'm not busy next Saturday, we'll be starting the brand new Start From Fresh campaign run, all DLCs, so all campaigns, of MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. So that way we have debatably a new roster of mechs, considering the last playthrough we ended up with, like, what was it, 3 Warhammers and 3 Black Knights, and just going, yeah, this is great, and just rolling through everything. We'll be going through, just like we did last time, from the tutorial all the way through to the new end DLC, which is Shadow of Kerensky, which is designed to sort of bridge the gap between MechWarrior 5 and MechWarrior 5 Clan. But from the perspective, obviously, of the Inner Sphere, and more targeted towards the perspective of Nyx Cavaliers, which I think is the default name for the organization. Once we start that playthrough, actually, even before it, because chances are that this video will hit YouTube roughly the same week we'll be starting it. Just like the first playthrough, if you want a specific mech in a color scheme or with a name, you are able to use the Twitch redeem for customize something. I'm also going to say, if you leave a comment on the MechWarrior videos, you'll be added to the queue, but obviously, if someone redeems, they get jumped ahead, sort of like priority, I guess. Just because they were there at the time, it feels more fair to do it that way, rather than having a queue and then, sorry, I can't do your mech just yet because we're still trying to hunt down this one for a YouTube comment from like 2 weeks ago. But it's... yeah. But basically, say for example, this is a good example. Havoc Puppy requested a Cyclops. And to paint it yellow and name it after something from, I think it was Critical Role. I can't remember what it was. It's in the playthrough. Not to plug it shamelessly, but it is there. Or was it a Highlander? I can't actually remember now. Was it a Highlander or a I think it was a Cyclops. Either way, paint it yellow, name it after a thing, and it was like, sure, do it. The instant we see a Cyclops, we'll go for it. Alleged Man requested a Atlas and to call it Kermit and to paint it green. Apologies. Which we got really unlucky on finding an Atlas, but we got there eventually, and then we loved using the Atlas. As for me, my one was just to get the Black Widow, which is a variation of the Warhammer, used by the Black Widow. Sort of fit in the Shadow of Kerensky is the DLC we're going into, but we'll get into that anyway, later on. But, yeah. Obviously, if you pick a bigger, heavier mech that's harder to find, it is going to take longer to find that mech. More so if you request a hero version, because that's basically completely up to RNG, and I can only do so much. Case in point, if I was to request, hey, can you get the Black Widow Warhammer? That is limited compared to, can you get a Warhammer and whatever with it, right? It's pretty easy to sort of make something similar to the Black Widow from a base Warhammer chassis, but yeah, bleh on that one. Kara says Black Flame for Mech Warrior. If you don't have a mech preference, then I will find something I think will be fitting, and we'll name it the... I think Black Flame is... I don't think it has much of a character limit. But, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not like Battletech, the game, where you can name pilots. It is specifically for... Actually, they might have changed it, because they have changed quite a bit of things regarding pilots. We'll see. We'll see. That's a next week problem. Are the credits looping at this point, or are we actually still going through the normal set? We're on Machine Games IT. We're probably still going through the normal set. What else? What else into the schedule? So yeah, next, like 5 hours from now is going to be, well, 5.5, really. Is going to be... I said it. What did I say? War for the Overworld, finishing that one. Sunday, tomorrow. Today, tomorrow. About 24 hours from now, we'll be getting... We'll either be finishing Pokemon Red, or I will stop the playthrough at a point that feels good to stop, so that I can do everything I was going to do, Pokédex-wise. Because if we stop just before the Elite Four, that means we have the Elite Four, then we have Cerulean Cave, and there's not a lot else really to do. And as I said last time, I don't think it'd be that interesting just to watch me grinding out levels to evolve Pokemon. So I know we have to get the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th badge. We need to do Silphco to then get access to the 8th badge. Depending how long all of that takes, that itself might be fine. That might leave Victory Road, Elite Four, and Cerulean Cave. We might end up stopping. We'll see what feels natural as a stopping point tomorrow. Cass says they were going to say a Wolfhound, but a Dragon also works, whatever I prefer. Did I say dragon? I thought it was a whatever mech fits. Wolfhound should be pretty easy to get a hold of. I think they are time limited in that they can't appear before a certain year, but I don't think they take that long to appear. Dragon, I just have to head to Karita space and I'll fall over them no matter where I go. And I think we get given a dragon as part of a DLC. I remember we got a dragon for something. Hello? Music? What, we reached ZeniMax Germany and suddenly there's no more music? Wild. And then, what else? Oh, yes. Haha. Give me a second. We really have no more music. Oh, look, we were just here. What was I going to say? I remember now. I remember. I have decided, after we finish Pokemon Red, that we will be going to Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. I believe as of today, it is no longer purchasable anywhere. Might still exist in some places. In terms of, like, you could probably still get a CD key. But you can no longer purchase it, as far as I know. So after... I realized Sunday's sort of been a bit of a, like, relaxed stream for a while, because it was Slime Rancher 2, and now it's become Pokemon Red. And now we're going to switch it over to Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, which is not cutesy or chill. Kind of a macabre game, really, if you think about it. But that'll be the Sunday game. And, yeah, I think that's enough rambling at this point. I doubt anyone on YouTube has actually listened to the entirety of my ramble during the credits in here. But it'll be a very funny surprise if they have. Because they'll probably say something in the comment like, I don't know, blancmange.